The order of the meeting of the Chicago Transit Board for May 8th, 2024. Georgette, please call the roll.
Director Jha. Here. Director Lee. Here. Chairman Barclay.
Here.
Chairman Barclay, we do have a quorum.
Secretary Ringley, do we have any items under board matters?
Chairman Barclay, we do have one item under board matters for today, and that is the appointment and setting the salary of Director Roberto Requejo.
Thank you. Before we proceed to board matters, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome a new member to our board, Roberto Requejo, who was appointed by Mayor Johnson. The Director has extensive background in community development with an emphasis in equitable transit-oriented development. He is the former executive director of Elevated Chicago, a coalition of residents, community organizations, business, and nonprofits to advance ETOD initiatives in the city of Chicago. In addition to his work with Elevated, Director Requejo previously served on Mayor Johnson's Transition Subcommittee for Transportation. He's also previously served as an officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, where he implemented various DEI policies. On behalf of the board, welcome.
Thank you.
We look forward to working with you. Roberto, would you like to say a few words before we continue?
Just want to say to everyone, thank you for this appointment. I am very honored to be here working with all of you. Everyone has been really responsive so far to my many questions that I have still as I onboard NCTA. And again, it's a pleasure and an honor, not only professionally, but personally being a writer of CPA for 20+ years, ever since I moved to Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to approve the ordinance.
I move that we approve the ordinance fixing the salary of Roberto Requejo as a member of the Chicago Transit Board and appointing him to the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Director Jha and seconded by Director Lee that we approve the ordinance fixing the salary of Roberto Requejo as a member of the Chicago Transit Board and appointing him to the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee. We'll take the roll call vote. Director Jha.
Yes.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Chairman Barclay, I move that we recess the Chicago Transit Board regular meeting until called to order by the chair following the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget meeting.
Second the motion.
It's been moved that we recess the Chicago Transit Board regular meeting until called to order following the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget meeting. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Jha.
Yes.
Director Requejo.
Yes.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
The motion passes. This meeting shall stand in recess until the conclusion of the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget.
Good morning. I would like to call to order the May 8th, 2024 meeting of the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget. Georgette, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Director Jha.
Here.
Director Requejo.
Present.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Here.
Chairman Barclay, you may move to agenda item number 4.
Our first order of business is the approval of the committee minutes of April 10th, 2024. I have a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Jha, seconded by Director Lee that the minutes from April 10th, 2024 be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Jha.
Yes.
Director Requejo.
Yes.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Our next order of business is the finance report. Jeremy Fine.
Morning, I'm Jeremy Fine, your Chief Financial Officer. And today I'll present the results for March and year-to-date numbers. On the next slide, you see the results for March revenues. We see farebox and pass totals coming in aggregate positive by about $500,000. There's a slight negative variance on farebox and positive variance on passes as we see people novating from pay-per-use to pass products. Reduced fare subsidy coming in as expected. Non-farebox totals coming in about $400,000 better than expectations. So overall for the month of March, we see a positive variance to budget of about $900,000 and about $1.9 million better than March of 23. On the next slide, you see year-to-date numbers for the first quarter of 2024. Again, following a similar form on each of the budgeted line items, we see fare and pass totals coming in about $800,000 better in aggregate and almost $5 million, $4.8 million better than the first quarter of 2023. Reduced fare subsidy continues to come in as expected. Non-fare box totals coming in better than expected by about $1.5 million. So overall for the first quarter of 2024, we're about $2.3 million better than budget and a little over $5 million better than the first quarter of 2023. On the next slide, you see our expenses for the month. Here we depict expenses for March. You see a positive variance for labor. That is positive by about $6.5 million. That will continue to come down as our hiring efforts continue to ramp up. Materials are essentially flat, slightly negative due to some timing. Fuel continues to be a strong performer for us. Power is essentially flat, but slightly down due to some increased costs on ComEd delivery. Injuries and damages is coming in as expected. Security services is coming in negative to budget. And this is a twofold issue in that we are doing some end of year, end of quarter adjustments, as well as we do expect there to be a negative variance through the remaining portion of the year as our overnight and other security efforts continue to ramp up. So we'll see probably about $2.5 million a month for the remaining portion of the year. Other expenses continues to be a strong performer for us with favorable to budget numbers coming in about $5.7 million better than budget. So overall for the month of March, we're about $8.3 million better than budget. On the next page, you see the year-to-date numbers. Again, following a similar form for each of the budgeted line items, we see positive favorability for labor, essentially flat for materials, positive for fuel, power coming in essentially flat, slightly positive, I&D coming in as expected, security services coming in negative to budget, and other expenses coming in positive to budget. So overall, we're about $26 million better than our budgeted expectations with regard to expenses. When you factor in the positive favorability that we have on our revenues, that leaves us a little over $28 million in total positive favorability to budget for the first quarter of the year. On the next page, you see the numbers for public funding. We now have received the first allocation of sales tax funding. This is attributed to the month of January. That's coming in a little over $2 million to the positive. PTF coming in about $1.7 million positive. RET is continuing to be negative as interest rates have risen. That's had a dampening effect on real estate sales. So that's about $500,000 below budget. And PTF on RET for April is coming in at budget. So overall for the monthly collections, we're about $3.2 million better than budget. On the next page, you see the collections so far for the year. Again, it's a little bit of a mishmash of different months of collections. Sales tax through January and then PTF, RET and PTF on RET are for March and April. But in aggregate, we're still positive, having only received 1 month of sales tax, we're still positive for the year by about $1.7 million on our public funding estimates. On the next page, you see the federal emergency relief funds. We're drawing down about $32 million for the month. This means that we've now drawn down about 57% of the total allocation, which means that we have about $950 million remaining. And again, based on our current estimates, we assume that those funds will allow us to carry through 2025 into the early days of 2026 before they're fully exhausted. On the next page, you see the commodities that we purchase, fuel, power, and natural gas. Fuel, we're locked in for where we need to be for the foreseeable future, as we are with natural gas. With regard to power, we're actively pursuing an RFP for additional power purchases in the outer years of 25 and beyond. And we'll continue to keep the board apprised as to that process. But again, we're locked in for where we need to be for 2024 on that commodity as well. That concludes my report for March and year-to-date numbers for the first quarter, and glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Director Jean, any questions?
Yeah, Jeremy, thank you so much for the report. Can you talk a little bit about security budget for last year? I know we were over last year. At the end of the year, what percentage it was and how that reflected in the budget that we set for this year and projected increase for the rest of the year, because and we're already over budget by a bit. So if you could kind
Sure.
of round us into.
So just to kind of level set a little bit, kind of pre-pandemic, we were at about $14 million or so annual spend on security. Obviously, we've been ramping up our security efforts throughout the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic era. Last year, we had budgeted about 45 million or so. We were coming in about 65 million because, again, this is a dynamic situation that we continue to address issues as they continue to evolve. And we've been very successful in seeing the efforts that we have been putting out on the street being effective in curbing, crime on the system and disincentivizing, activity on the system. This year we had budgeted about this time last year, we had started the conversations with the departments, with regard to what the budgeted expectations were for 2024. We had trued that number up to about 65 million, for the 2024 budget. And based on what we were seeing spend for last year, and what we have done subsequent to, setting that budgeted mark in place of about 65 million is increase the overnight, security services and other services, which has increased the budget spend, some more to about 2.5 million more a month. But right now we estimate that by the end of the year, we'll probably be more in the line of about $90 million for the annual spend. And again, I think that the efforts that we continue to put out on the street or on the system, I should say, are being very effective on, disincentivizing, activity on the system, as well as, curbing activity on the system. And again, we're being very effective and cost effective as well when you look at, other comps in the industry and things like that. So again, this is, obviously a moving target. We have increased the budget for 24. We continue to see, the impact of the overnight missions and other things like that continuing to have an increased cost. But again, it's been effective. And again, what we see is, increased ridership, which is again, kind of a critical kind of litmus test as to the efforts that we continue to put out there, that it's making people comfortable to ride the system.
And have you already started of how this number is going to stabilize for next year? Obviously, I mean, I remember having this conversation last week as well. To me, going from 65 to 90 seems like a big jump, knowing that we went from 45 to 65. What are you putting in place for this year so we're better prepared for next year?
So we continue to work with the department, the Safety and Security Department, and across the agency, of looking at how we can continue to best maximize the resources that we have. We have, obviously the use of CPD, as well as Oak Park Police, Evanston Police, and then we have a number of private, security services as well, Intercon Monterey, as well as Action Canine. So again, we're looking at ways to best maximize all of the resources that we have and how those can potentially ebb and flow and be deployed differently to ensure that, we have maximum, value for the budgeted dollars we have out there.
Questions?
Before you take more questions, let me just amplify a little bit more what Jeremy is saying. You're absolutely right to notice the dramatic increase in this budget line item. And I think that has been a result of our attempt to both address ongoing safety concerns that our customers and really trying to find more effective ways to deal with it, particularly in the overnight hours, and particularly focus on the blue line and red line. The other thing that you may recall is that we entered into an emergency contract initially with K9 units, that we added that additional tool to our toolbox in order to address the safety concerns that we were addressing. One of the things that's going to be changing fairly shortly is that there's going to be a regular contract put in place for that. So the emergency contract probably was done at a somewhat of a premium cost because it was very quickly put in place. The annual contract or the ongoing contract obviously is something that we have more time to both negotiate and to ultimately lock in prices for. So that should stabilize that cost in and of itself. The other costs, as Jeremy indicated, have been part of an evolving strategy that we've been trying to implement around how to basically best utilize our private contracting resources along with CPD's resources in a way that hopefully is going to impact overall crime on CTA. The good news is that we're seeing a positive impact on that. Crime is down on CTA dramatically in some areas. And so we're feeling confident that strategy is working, but it's working at a price. Obviously, as we move forward, we'll be working closely to see how we can better refine that and try to keep those costs in a more controllable state. And certainly, we're prepared to continue to keep the board updated on the details of both what we're spending as well as what our overall strategies are around the deployment of our resources to basically address the ongoing issues that we may be facing as it relates to the safety of the system as a whole.
Director Requejo, any questions?
Yes, following up on the issue around safety and security, have we considered any partnerships with community-based groups and other alternatives to police, dogs, cameras?
Yeah, and
Okay, we do use other services. We have contracts with social service agencies and other things. Not everything that generates safety that's viewed as a criminal activity. We also obviously work in coordination with DFSS in the city of Chicago to basically bring in other mental health and other services to CTA. And then there are other techniques that we're utilizing around our own employees in terms of better de-escalation techniques, things like that, that we hope will help with that effort. I think it's safe to say that it's an ongoing dynamic for CTA in terms of figuring out what resources we think could be effective and how to implement that. I can also tell you from my conversations with my peers around the country, some of the similar challenges around how to manage this, but recognizing that we can't police our way out of these issues, that they're a broader community as a whole approach that we need to have to ultimately address some of the challenges that we know are happening in our system.
and that budgeted line item went into effect a couple of years ago. So that's a new, line item for us and one that's been effective.
Director Ortiz?
Yes, following along the same lines of partnerships, the city is implementing a lot of great initiatives and exploring a lot of options to identify ways of making our city safer. And there's likely a lot of strategies that would parallel well with the kind of work that we're trying to do. So I would also really encourage just continuing to think creatively about options and opportunities to partner with other organizations that will also help improve our system and be thoughtful about how we do that also effectively and efficiently in terms of costs.
Absolutely. And Kevin Ryan, who heads up the security efforts here, the former CPD, and is in tight contact with the city and the larger efforts of what's going on there, both on the policing side and on the social service side.
If you just further amplify that, we are in regular meetings with the city around those broader strategies. Darian Gatewood, who is the deputy mayor for safety, does have CTA participate in those conversations. There are the broader strategies, and we're certainly looking at ways in which those strategies can be incorporated into activities on CTA as well.
Director Lee, any questions?
Other questions? Thank you.
Chairman Barclay, we may proceed to agenda item number 5.
Our next order of business is an ordinance authorizing an addendum to the University UPass contract term to allow enrollment flexibility for summer terms. Jeremy.
Thank you. I'm Jeremy Fine, your Chief Financial Officer. Today, for your consideration, I present a proposal for an addendum to the current UPass contract that will be valid through July of 2028. The UPass agreement defines eligible students as those taking at least 4 credit hours per quarter term or 6 credit hours per semester term greater than, or any term greater than a quarter. Those thresholds also apply to summer terms, where students generally enroll in class loads less than those of the fall and the spring terms. To allow more students access to the UPass program during the summer term, staff proposes an addendum to the contract that will allow schools to petition CTA in writing to request a reduction in eligibility for students not meeting the enrollment thresholds for the summer terms. The anticipated increase in participation for the summer term is about 1,200 students, which corresponds to approximately $45,000 in revenue. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Jeremy, what is the current ridership numbers for UPass?
So the UPass program was really implemented here at CTA, and it's been a model for the whole country and in the industry. We have been very successful. We have about 65 schools or so that participate in the program. During the fall and spring terms, we have about 90 to 95,000 students that participate in the post-COVID era. Pre-COVID, we were at about 125, or so. So it's been a good retention rate, and that's because we added flexibility into the program to allow students and schools to opt into the program, and that's kind of held the program together. With regard to the summer term, just because, a lot of students don't participate in the summer term, we've only seen, kind of post-COVID, about 10,000 students participate. Pre-COVID, we were at about 20,000. But we think that this program will add, another 1,200 or so, potentially more, but, students into the program with the additional flexibility, kind of waiving the requirements for the number of credit hours, because as I mentioned, usually students participate in much fewer class loads, lower class loads with fewer credit hours. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Lee, any questions?
Just a comment. I think it's a great program, and I love to see students riding.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully they become, long-term, adult riders as well, which has been what we've seen.
Director Ortiz,
No, I agree with the comments.
Director Requejo,
Same.
Director Ja. Chairman Barclay, there are no further questions.
And now have leave to place this item on notice for board approval.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee, that this ordinance will be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ja? Motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 7.
Item number 7 is a review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with Cook County for bulk purchases of venture tickets for Cook County Adult Probation Department program participants. Jeremy.
Again, I'm Jeremy Fine, your Chief Financial Officer, and today for your consideration, I present a proposal for an IGA between CTA and Cook County Government Adult Probation Department, CCAPD. CCAPD wishes to make bulk purchases of limited use paper venture tickets to its clients determined to be in need of transportation assistance. CCAPD anticipates over $50,000 in venture ticket purchases due to the grant funding that they have received. The IGA commences upon board approval and execution and continues until March 31, 2029. but may be canceled by either party before that date upon 90 days written notice. In addition to the fair value, we will be reimbursed for the cost of the venture disposable tickets, which is approximately 50 cents for each 3, 7, and single ride ticket. CTA has this agreement with many other governmental agencies, but CCAPD policy requires that an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement, for annual spends in excess of $50,000. So glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Director Ja, any questions?
I have no questions.
Director Roquejo?
No question.
Director Ortiz?
No questions.
Director Lee?
No questions.
Chairman Barclay, there are no further questions.
And now I have leave to place this item on the omnibus for approval.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Ja and seconded by Director Lee that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Roquejo? Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 8.
Item number 8 is a review of an ordinance authorizing a right of entry agreement with Timeline Theater Company for a portion of property located at 5033 North Broadway, Chicago, Illinois. Bill Mooney.
Morning, Bill Mooney, your Chief Infrastructure Officer. Staff recommends approval of an ordinance authorizing a right of entry agreement with Timeline Theater Company for a portion of property located at 5033 North Broadway. In 2015, the CTA purchased a construction easement from 2035 Broadway LLC for the subject property, commonly known as Parcel 21, in support of the Red Purple Modernization Project. Timeline Theater Company, the successor of 2035 Broadway LLC, is requesting access to a portion of Parcel 21 to demolish an existing structure on an adjacent property owned by Timeline and construct a new structure on this such adjacent property. CTA and Timeline have agreed to a 25-month right of entry agreement commencing on May 1st, 2024 and ending on May 31st, 2026, when the construction easement expires. The right of entry agreement requires Timeline to indemnify the CTA and obtain additional insurance for the benefit of Timeline and CTA. CTA reserves the right to suspend the right of entry agreement upon written notice to Timeline for the duration of an emergency event. The right of entry will have no impact upon the RPM project. I'll be happy to take any questions on this item.
Director Lee, any questions?
No questions. Thanks, Bill.
Director Ortiz?
No questions.
Director Roquejo?
No questions.
Director Ja? Chairman Barclay, there are no further questions.
And I have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Ortiz that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take the roll call vote. Director Ja? Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Director Lee.
I'm sorry, you're right. Correction. It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Ortiz, not by Director Lee, not Director Ortiz, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take the roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
Same.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 9, the purchase and award recommendations.
Our next order of business is review of contract numbers B1 through B4 infrastructure.
Do you have any questions, Chairman Barclay?
No questions.
Are there any questions, Director Ja? Any questions, Director Roquejo?
No questions.
Any questions, Director Ortiz? Any questions, Director Lee?
No questions.
Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to contracts number G1 and G2.
Our next order of business today is a review of contract numbers G1 and G2 award for technology. I have a motion to postpone these contracts.
So moved. Second?
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee that these contracts be postponed. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to contracts L1.
Our next order of business is a review of contract numbers L1 and contract award for law.
Any questions?
No question.
Any questions, Director Lee?
None.
Director Ortiz? Director Requejo? Director Ja? Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 9A.
Since there are no further questions on the contracts, may I have leave to place the 5 contracts on the omnibus?
So. Second.
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee, that the 5 contracts be placed on the omnibus. We will take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes, but staying from item number 8.
Thank you for noting the abstention. Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 9B.
Since there's no further business to come before the committee, may I have a motion to approve the omnibus and recommend the omnibus for board approval?
Second.
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee, that the omnibus be approved for board approval. The omnibus be recommended for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote, noting that the contract award for law is going to be abstained by Chairman Barclay. Director Ja?
Just for the record,
Yes.
to respect the agenda item, not the contract timeline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Make sure the record is clear.
Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chairman Barclay, you may now proceed to agenda item number 10.
And finally, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Ortiz, that the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget meetings for May 8th, 2024 be adjourned. We'll take a roll call. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, the motion passes.
Chicago Transit Board regular meeting will come to order. The time of recess has expired. Our first order of business is public comments. Georgette?
Chairman Barclay, we have 2 public commenters here who have pre-registered. Our first is Merrill Guzner. Welcome, Mr. Guzner. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
We'll have 3 minutes to give your public comment, and your time starts now.
Good morning, Chairman Barclay and members of the CTA Board. My name is Merrill Guzner. I'm a semi-retired journalist and a lifelong user of mass transit in this and many cities. Everyone knows the CTA faces a massive fiscal cliff. Every major transportation agency in the country faces the same crisis, and for the same reason. Ridership collapsed during the pandemic and hasn't recovered due to remote work. That change is permanent. Experts only disagree about its extent. CMAP's proposed solution to the transit crisis relies on expanding the sales tax to cover services. This and other taxes in there will undoubtedly face political opposition. That's why I'm here today. The CTA needs to take bold, dramatic action to rebuild ridership and show it deserves more taxpayers. Rebuilding ridership is the surest path to fiscal sustainability. How can you immediately boost ridership? The conventional wisdom among urban planners is always the same: increase service frequency, build it and they will come. But you must do something more. You must show people that riding buses and trains works for them, shows it saves money, show it makes neighborhood businesses, not just downtown, more accessible, show it reduces road congestion, show it helps clean the air and prevent global warming. How? While you still have COVID relief money, you should create a 1 or 2 month free fare program on all or some of the CTA bus and train routes. It should be preceded by an aggressive campaign to make buses and trains safer, cleaner, and more frequent. Shorter headways are crucial to attracting new customers and keeping them once you've got them on board. Give people a free chance to use transit to shop, see the doctor, eat out, see friends. This is where your growth opportunity lies. The free fare program should also be preceded by a month-long marketing campaign aimed at putting a venture card into the pockets of every citizen. Save money, unlimited free rides for 2 months. Extend the same deal to existing cardholders. You could experiment with a limited number of free routes. Other large metro areas have done that with success. Boston's 3 routes with free fares increased their ridership by 20 to 30% in 1 year. That compared to a 7% increase system-wide. Can you afford it? A 2-month fare holiday on all routes would cost about $60 million in foregone revenue. But if you increase ridership during that period by 20% and kept half of that increase after restoring fees, your loss would be less than half that amount in 2025 and reduce the level of subsidy going forward. You have projected only a 5% increase in ridership over the next 2 years each year. This is completely unacceptable in a city whose streets and neighborhoods are plagued by auto congestion and air pollution. The time to take bold, dramatic action to reverse the long-term decline in mass transit is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guzman. Our next public commentator is Nick Under. Welcome, Mr. Hunter. You have 3 minutes.
Great. So I'm appearing today to present a partial record on what this board has said it will take care of and whether or not it's actually done anything about it. This agency, its president and board discussed how they are against merging CTA with Pace and Metra and that it's actually a money issue. But maybe it's time to look inward and recognize that this institution has major cultural issues and none of your behavior proves you deserve to be spared, and I'm going to explain why. The only people on this board with any chance of surviving a merger are probably Roberto, Michelle. There are two public commenters who are not traditional activists who've shown up to multiple meetings asking for the same thing and no one has helped them, so they continue to show up. Referencing to True, who's not here. But I and others have asked numerous times for our FOIA issues to be resolved, and it actually continues to get worse. All we have had is an awkward conversation where 3 of us explained how the FOIA process works to you, even though it was the 3rd meeting we had brought it up. No one has helped us, and I don't think you're going to like our next. Director Jakes is not here. In February, after the president you're supposed to hold accountable alluded to my name in his presidential report, put out a whole press release and wrote a letter to the editor to try and discredit me. You told me in reference to him completely giving up on making his own speech during the presidential report that, quote, I'll talk to him about it, but I can't control what he does, close quote. It is your entire job to hold him accountable. What do you mean you cannot control what he does? Anyways, I was right. Data shows that it took 439 days on average to enroll flaggers in RTO training in Q3 and 4 last year. And again, I'm happy to show my sources since it's your data. So I don't want to hear anything about that 12-month thing. No one on this board is even interested in helping the public who don't even know this board exists. Last month, we had an entire board meeting and none of you decided it was important to discuss. The scheduled service was cut another 2.6%. The same goes for rail operator hiring, where headcount is 16 less than when the year started. But when you don't question these things, it just makes you complicit with their occurrence. You can't even help yourselves. Director Jakes has mentioned several times that CTA should talk about all the positives it's doing. And I know some good news when it comes to hiring more rail operators, but for some reason, CTA doesn't even want to talk about that. I've never seen an agency shoot itself in the foot so much as the one you are supposedly the watchdogs for. Instead, CTA uses its social media to dig 20 replies deep into my personal Twitter threads, only to get absolutely ratioed. We better not go this entire meeting without discussing how CTA let a bus driver die by not doing anything for 50 minutes. You say you don't rubber stamp behavior and then stuff like this happens. It's exactly what happens when you are disengaged and rubber stamp the behavior of the person who's spending $200,000 a year to try and hold accountable. If this board and agency knew anything about how to run a transit agency, the control center should have noticed within 5 minutes that her bus did not leave, not in 50. Lastly, as 5 of the alders I've had meetings with now, President Carter issued a response to City Council's questions last week. It's really too bad there was many inaccuracies in it, and it's apparently too hard to make your data points align with the attachments that you provide to your written answers. These are City Council people you're reporting to, and the facts aren't even straight. And sometimes it wasn't even close. In total, 8 alders, the governor, who appointed some of you, numerous other public officials, and all of the major editorial boards called for a new head of the CTA. You're losing all public trust. If you're not for removing him,
You're over time.
okay, I have 50 words. Is that cool?
Well, you're at 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
All right. Great. I can't wait to be back here in a month talking about the same things I've been talking about for nearly 8 months because nothing ever changes.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments.
Any comments from the board members with respect to?
Director Requejo? Director Ortiz? Comments. Director Lee?
Thank you for your time, both of you.
I would just, President Sines, but I had a question last week about how to increase ridership and doing creative things to do that. And I think our one public commenter made a creative point that's consistent with what we talked about.
Yes,
So maybe you could assign someone to,
comment is something that you and I have both been talking about. And it is something that I want to explore. Have that conversation with my staff. We'll come back to the board, the strategy around that. I think one of the things to keep in mind is that one of the things that I wanted to do was to get my service back up again before trying to bring in a kind of ridership that I might not be able to accommodate given the challenges that we have faced going forward. But I think we're getting to a point, especially on the bus side of it, where we certainly have the ability to take on that responsibility. And I think some more aggressive and innovative techniques about both marketing.
President Carter, if you could just speak up a little bit more,
I think
photographer cannot hear you.
I think some of the opportunity around how we can more aggressively market as well as create more incentives to ride CTA is a positive step in the right direction to getting our ridership back. It's something that I want to have a conversation internally about and will be presented to the
yeah. I would like maybe a staff member to connect with him so that maybe we can push out some of the ideas if possible.
Yeah, I can have my, is Elsa here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can have Elsa Gutierrez, who oversees our service delivery planning activities, talk to him some more about our ideas.
Okay, thank you. Our next item of business on the agenda will be the ADA Advisory Committee report, which will be given by Laura Saltzman, as chair of the ADA Advisory Committee.
Can everyone hear me? So I know I speak. Good morning. My name is Laura Saltzman, and I'm the chair of the ADA Advisory Committee and a senior policy analyst for Access Living. The ADA Advisory Committee met on April 8th, 2024. We welcomed 3 new committee members, Giselle Nunez, Lincoln Edwards, and Jada Thompson, bringing the total to 12 members. In this meeting, we discussed the updates on ASAP and the RPM projects. CTA, CDOT, and Trans Systems presented updates on the Damon Lake Green Line and State Lake Loop, bringing renderings of those stations. Steve Masheri provided information regarding committee's questions on benches from the last meeting, stating that the Racine Forest Park Blue Line station will have 4 ADA compliant benches and 3 windbreakers. The quantity of benches can be added depending on usability from customers once the station is finished. In general, I encourage considering more benches and reassessing the number of benches at existing stations. Benches can be incredibly important for accessibility, for making transit accessible, especially when there are lengthy waits. For similar reasons, I would like to note the importance of increasing the number of benches at bus stops as well. Regarding the State and Lake development, the committee expressed concerns about having multiple elevator transfers and the complexity it can have for the disability community. This is a significant issue. We realize that CDOT ultimately has control over this project, but as noted in the ADA meeting, CDOT has neither an ADA manager nor any kind of committee to provide comment on accessibility. So to some extent, this is the closest opportunity provided. I encourage the CTA and the board to more clearly protect the rights and accessibility of disabled people and urge them to push this issue with the city. If there are ideas for how to help resolve this or prevent further issues, I think the ADA committee would welcome them. Furthermore, CTA and CDOT presented on the Better Streets for Buses plan. The committee expressed concern about the lack of bus priority and bus rapid transit. Disabled people are disproportionately non-drivers and more likely to not have an alternative. Waiting for extended periods for the bus or riding a bus crawling through traffic can be particularly burdensome. Chicago is behind both comparative cities and smaller localities in bus priority and bus rapid transit. It is past time to make substantive progress on this. Again, we realize this is not just on CTA, but I think it would be helpful to get a timeline on when improvements can be made, and if there are outside obstacles to tangible improvements, what they are. Following Better Streets for Buses presentation, Robin Jones, the DNC Accessibility Advisor, presented. The committee expressed that having robust wayfinding and staff CSAs will be key to helping visitors move around Chicago. This seems like an excellent opportunity to test out programs featuring CSAs with more responsibility who are compensating accordingly. I cannot tell you the number of times I have heard people who have missed their train because there was no one to help provide a gap filler or other accommodation needed at the station. Separate from the advisory committee meeting, but also in April, we had a presentation from CTA to further delve into tactile bus stop signs. Those are the blue signs on the bus stops. Covering the history, current state, and future complementary projects that can benefit the project. CTA was awarded a $1.6 million Section 5310 grant to fund a pilot rollout and complete the rollout of the sign system-wide. The tentative installation schedule under the expansion grant will begin in late 2024 with estimated completion in 2026. We appreciate that the CTA is also investigating wayfinding options through a fast-track pilot program called Innovation Studio to help tackle the gaps that the blind and low vision community faces and what costs will be for more detailed tactile signs. Further solutions are needed, and the current tactile signs must be considered merely a first step. After all, the printed bus stop signs many riders, including myself, use while riding the bus have more information on them than just identifying it as a bus stop. Finally, following the committee meeting, we learned of a frustrating issue reflecting concerns about the lack of ADA compliance or committees at CDOT. A raised bike lane was installed in between a bus enclosure at Commercial at the curb, between a bus enclosure and the curb at Commercial and 91st, contra to plans CDOT and CTA apparently agreed to. The current design presents numerous hazards, particularly for disabled people boarding and deboarding. The committee has expressed concerns over safety for all customers boarding or alighting the bus, as well as bicyclists, and urges CDOT to reconsider placing the bike lane on the same level as the bus stop and never to do so between a bus shelter and the street. Again, I realize that ultimately CDOT made this decision. I hope it reconsiders the installation as currently designed. The timing of this installation and the accessibility hazards as a result of current procedures it reflects is one of the reasons I felt it was important to make a particular point today about gaps in appropriately considering disability. Ultimately, with decisions like this, if they are not jointly made and CTA is not responsible for the decision, it is responsible for communicating clearly so that everyone is aware and problems can be rectified if they need to be. Minimally, one should not need to work in transportation or advocacy full-time to understand who needs to be talked to. People with disabilities are more likely, ultimately, we need everyone in transportation to consider disability more. People with disabilities are more likely to not have alternative options. And whether it's unreliable service, lengthier wait times, or slower trips, these difficulties can be exponentially worse depending on one's disability. I say this as someone reliant on the CTA. I took it to get it here today. It is an incredible service when working properly. These are all the updates from the ADA Advisory Committee. Thank you for your consideration and having me here today.
Okay, we'll take questions.
Well, I just want to thank you, Laura, for your report. I request that all of our advisory committees provide regular reports to the board. We appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing, and we'll take your suggestions and comments.
Thank you. Sincerely appreciate that. And I know the rest of the committee appreciates it as well.
Director Ja.
No question as we, with the president that, we're looking at that. So thank you. Thank you for coming.
Director Requejo.
First of all, I want to express appreciation for all the work that Laura, you, the organization, your colleagues have done to advance this issue. And as you say, unpaid and devoting, full time to this problem. If you were to identify your committee's top asks to CTA and perhaps, if it's not too much to ask, to mayor's office or CDOT, what would those top three or so issues be?
I have answers, although I would want to go to the committee specifically. I mean, I think the finding better wayfinding solutions is incredibly important. It's come up a lot. I've really appreciated working with CTA to discuss options. Elevators are a huge issue. 3 issues. I mean, I do think one of the problems is our issues that CTA doesn't have direct control over, whether that is how State and Lake is being designed or sidewalks to get to stations. If a station is made accessible, but the sidewalk is broken, so you can't get to the station, it is not accessible. If the snow is not cleared from the bus stop, it's not accessible. So I think but for top 3, I would want to talk to the committee. But I'm happy to send an email if that also helps.
That'd be super helpful. And I see a theme here around coordination, collaboration with other agencies that I would like to follow up on after the meeting, including CDOT, of course.
Director Ortiz.
I agree with the comments that have been made. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Laura, thank you for your time and commitment to the ADA Advisory Committee. As a former ADA Advisory Committee member, I thank you. So appreciate the report, but also really excited to dig in with CDOT a little bit more. So thank you for bringing the opportunities to collaborate more.
Thank you. Thank you for your representation on the board.
Committee Chairperson Salzman, we would just request that you submit that written report that you read to me.
Will do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Office for your involvement in our committee and the work that you're doing. You raised a number of issues that involve coordination and follow up with CDOT. I am happy to reach out to the commissioner directly and have a conversation about these issues. Sometimes elevating it to a higher level can get better response to the points that you were just making, Director. So we will follow up with you and your committee, and we will look to get something scheduled with the commissioner where I can sit down with them and advocate on behalf of issues you're addressing, many of which I would agree with from CTA's perspective.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I particularly appreciate your work on ASAP.
Thank you very much. Our next item of business on the agenda will be the Ethics Committee report. Chair of the Ethics Committee, Jessica Hypersborough, will give the report accompanied by our Ethics Officer, Ms. Yvonne Baker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. My name is Jessica Pipersberg. I'm the chair of the Ethics Committee. We had our first meeting on April 2nd, 2024. At that meeting, we did set the dates for our next 3 meetings for the rest of the year, which will take place on June 25th, October 1st, and December 3rd. We also received the Secretary's report with respect to last year's training and the Statement of Economic Interest filings for CTA employees and officers for both Illinois and CTA. The committee members also did complete their CTA Statement of Economic Interest after the meeting. At the meeting, we also received ethics training for the committee members that was provided by Ms. Yvonne Baker, Deputy General Counsel. We also completed our Open Meetings Act trainings and received certification. Again, that was done after the meeting. Finally, we received drafts of amended rules and regulations of the board, as well as amended investigation processes, and we expect to review and vote on those items, hopefully at our next meeting. which will then be sent to this board for full implementation. And that completes our report.
Adding anything?
I have nothing to add. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jessica, for the report. Very important committee that I'm glad to see it's reconvened. I look forward to working with you and the committee members in the future as you report in. Thank you very much. Any other questions from board members?
Director Jacques?
No questions.
Director Requejo?
No questions.
Director Ortiz?
No questions.
Director Lee?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item of business on the agenda is our president's report, which will be given by President Dorval Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning, I'm very pleased to provide the board with an overview of several exciting new accomplishments at CTA. First, in late April, we launched our new first ever Chat with CTA chatbot, which is a virtual automated service that allows riders to report issues, provide feedback, and receive answers to their questions in real time. In addition, it provides us with valuable customer feedback about where improvements are needed and gives us information regarding the things that are working well as those things that may not be working as well as we would like. I believe deeply that customer feedback is a key for CTA to thrive and improve. That's why we conduct our biannual surveys, and in the same way, I believe our new chatbot will be an invaluable tool in the years to come. This is only the beginning. In the future, both short and long term, we will expand the chatbot's capabilities to fully exploit the technology it offers to our organization, including how artificial intelligence can be applied in the transit industry. I've always been a believer of don't make perfect the enemy of the good. And so while there are more things that I know the team is working on to make the improvements, I thought it was important to get this out and at least start utilizing it with our customers and giving them another tool that can allow them to provide feedback directly to CTA. Chat with CTA was created through a dynamic partnership with Google Public Sector, and I think this is only the beginning of what will be new and interesting ways that we can do much more with technology, as well as partnering in the private sector to take advantage of their expertise in these areas. To tell us more about our new chatbot, I'd like to ask Elsa Gutierrez, Vice President of Planning, and Liz Lefjorts. I'm sorry, Lucian. I always just call you Lucian just to avoid having to figure that one out. Senior Project Manager for Customer Experience, to provide us with more additional background. They are filling in for Molly Poppy, our Chief Planning Innovation Officer, who coincidentally recently had a baby boy and is currently on maternity leave. Elsa, Lucian.
Thank you, President Carter. Chairman and directors, we are excited to show you the overview of the chat box that we recently launched at the end of April. It creates an opportunity to have a two-way conversation with customers, and it also applies a way that we can use artificial intelligence in the industry. I think oftentimes we're looking at what new technology is evolving and how do we actually use it in transit to be able to benefit both for us to get information and for us to respond to our customers. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Lucien, who will go through the overview.
Everyone, I'm Lucien Lefjorts, Senior Product Manager for Customer Experience. I'm going to share the screen. We're going to go through a couple of slides. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So we're going to be covering the project's background, some metrics after the launch, some success stories, as well as a future vision for customer service at CTA. And in more detail, we're going to have that context and history, key features that launched on April 24th, which was a Wednesday, some screenshots of the chatbot, as well as some screenshots of a dashboard that's used by CTA management to sort of dive into some of the trends that are happening out there, some early success stories, and that vision. So on the next slide, we can talk about the context and history. So we know that every day CTA provides around 800,000 rides, but we only really hear from about 400 people who contact us about a customer service issue. And that kind of prompts these two questions, right? So where are those other folks? We know there are other things happening out there, and how do we capture them? And then the next thing is that, CTA really wants to invest in a digital relationship that's individual with our customers. And so that's kind of the other question that kind of framed this project is, how do we start to open this door for this individual relationship? And how can we further enable future success in this realm? So this chatbot or virtual assistant, right? It helps CTA answer these two questions that have on screens. Number one, it's a low barrier to customer service, it's easy to find and easy to use. And number two, it's the first step towards a paperless process, right? Where we're going to start with that instance that are automated, the triaging is a little bit more automated, and we're able to dig into real-time trends, what's happening on the system. On the next slide, we talk a little bit about the project history. So in October 2023, folks from Google Public Sector, which was the lead vendor on this project, as well as their subcontractor Quantify, they visited CTA. We had a bunch of workshops with them. And then over the next several months, staff from more than 5 departments at CTA contributed to the scope definition, ideation, and testing. There was a lot of involvement from groups across the agency from October through January of 2024. And then in March, on March 6th, we had a 72-hour beta test that was available only in English, and sort of figure out, hey, is everything built correctly? Is everything working for operations? And to make sure that when we have the full launch, everything goes well. So during that beta test, we had the chat button added to the contact us and feedback pages. During that 72-hour period, the chat button was clicked on just over 1,000 times, and 15 real incidents were escalated to CTA staff. So it was a really good practice run for this initiative. And lastly, during that 72-hour test, the staff from CTA, as well as members of the ADA Advisory Committee, provided additional feedback and comments that we were able to incorporate into the main launch in April. So let's talk about some key features at launch. As I mentioned earlier, the Chat with CTA chatbot launched on April 24th at 10:30 a.m. It's an automated chat agent that can help process simple, non-emergency issues. It's available in 5 languages that are spoken here in CTA service area. They're written languages. So we have English, Spanish, Polish, Filipino, and simplified Chinese. And it also supports folks that are blind or visually impaired. So folks that are blind or visually impaired use a screen reader to enunciate what's on the screen and sort of page through the elements. And so that feature is fully supported for those folks. There were also additional comments from the AD Advisory Committee to make that even better, which were implemented. We're very excited about that. And overall, there are some topics that generate an email for CTA staff to review. That's an important note. Speaking of topics, we have basically 3 different categories of topics in the chatbot. There's this first idea of quick info. And so that includes topics that can help customers with customer alerts, finding when the next bus or train is arriving. We have a second category, which is more about collecting incident details from customers. And that includes topics around cleanliness, maintenance, employee feedback, ADA accommodations, and some disruptive behavior issues. And then lastly, there are certain topics where the customer is advised to call 911 because it might be a tricky situation. Again, this chatbot is not for emergency services. And so during the situations, even if we advise the customer to call 911, if the customer still continues to chat with us, we do send an advisory email to the control center to let them know that there's something happening on the system. On the next couple slides, I will start showing screenshots of the bot as well as the dashboard. So let's take a look at those guys. So on the left here, we have a screenshot of CTA's homepage. This is on a mobile device. About 73% of our customers who use CTA's website do so on a mobile device. And you can see that we added chat buttons on April 24th. So on the bottom right, on most pages on transitchicago.com, there are new chat buttons. And on the right-hand side, there's a screenshot of the Contact Us page, which was also simplified through this effort. And so we added chat buttons to that page as well. And we sort of made it more transparent what customer service options are available to our customers and how they can utilize them. On the next slide, we have some screenshots of at the end of a conversation, customers are asked if the chatbot helped resolve their issue because we want to track, how this channel is doing. Is it really helping customers engage with us in an easier way? And so we have a closing question. And if a customer said that the chatbot did not help them, we do ask a follow-up to try and see what would have made their experience better, so that we can continue to evolve this tool as it evolves, as time goes on. We also, like I mentioned before, the chatbot is available in 5 languages that are spoken in CTA service area. And at the top of the screen, at the purple arrows, you can see that we have a couple of buttons for customers to select their language. And 36% of people in our service area speak a non-English language at home. And this is something that we certainly want to invest in long-term because this is a very important population for us. On this slide, we can see one section of one of the pages on the dashboard. So there are a couple of pages on the dashboard that CTA managers can use to see high-level trends, right? If folks want to see a snapshot of what's going on, there are certain metrics that are very tailored for that more senior level, right? And so in this picture here, we can see that there are some metrics around how many times customers are greeted. So that's basically how many times someone clicks on the chat button. So in this first 5-day period of the chatbot being live, we had huge interest, right? Almost 200,000 people clicked on the chat button. And then that filters down, right? So there are only so many people that actually start a conversation. So of those 200K people that were greeted, about 700 started an actual conversation with us. Then that filters even down further, where there are certain folks who continue through an entire flow and provide all the location details about where an incident may be happening. So that's around 400 folks. And then lastly, like I mentioned, some issues are escalated to CTA staff. So in this initial 5-day period, we had 111 emails that were sent to CTA staff. So this is just a screenshot of one section of the dashboard that's very tailored for these high-level snapshots for our senior managers. On the next page, we have a different type of visual. And so there are other parts of this dashboard that are much more detail-oriented, and these are really used for folks that need to dig in. For example, if someone is a manager of our blue and pink lines, they can select the blue and pink lines and really start to see, okay, these are the trends that are happening in my area of responsibility. I can filter by day of the week. I can filter by hour. And so this has a much richer portrait of what's happening on the system. And the final screenshot of the dashboard that we have is there are certain parts that are more tailored towards very specific metrics and very specific populations. And one example is that we are sort of keeping an eye on how many folks with a disability are interacting with us, how many folks are using these ADA topics, and then how many folks are opting in to share their disability status with us so that we can have a very rich understanding of how this tool is helping those folks. Some impressions for the first 5 days, so some high-level takeaways. Like I said, people were very curious about chat, right? 200K people clicked on the button. Overall, CTA is interacting with 63% more people. If we add our chatbot interactions to our traditional phone and email interactions, and we have CTA staff that are really stepping up and triaging incidents and responding in the field. Like I mentioned, about 100 emails during this initial 5-day period were escalated to CTA managers, and we have 2 success stories on the next slide. The 2 early success stories, which are kind of representative of some of the things that are happening. There was on Saturday, April 27th, someone notified our chatbot that a bus shelter at Harrison and Clark was damaged. So chat with CTA, our chatbot then notified the control center. The control center looped in the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago looped in their contractor, JC Deco. JC Deco cleaned up the glass, and they're working on new panels right now to clean up that bus shelter. And then the other example I have here is that someone flagged that there was fluid leaking on the inside of a bus. The control center was looped into that issue. CTA personnel located and inspected that leak. The bus returned to the garage for repairs, and it was replaced with a bus that didn't have a leak, and with that new bus was put into service. So again, there are some very 2 simple success stories of how the issues in real time and mitigating them. So to zoom out a little bit, these last 2 slides are more big picture. This effort really is representative of a first step towards a new digital support system, right, for our customers. And our goal over the next 3 to 5 years is really to develop this 2-way individual relationship with all of our customers. In this yesterday box, yesterday we had much more limited incident visibility. We weren't contacting as many folks as there are in the system, and a lot of the processes were very manual and involved a lot of work by CTA staff. Today, with this chatbot, we're reaching many more folks, 63% more folks. We have started to do automatic management of these incidents. And then this is really opening the door for us eventually to have a paperless digital frontline that really helps CTA become much more personal and proactive about what's happening out there. And then my last slide I have is kind of wonky. Out. Okay, I'll just use this view. So our vision for tomorrow. Yes, perfect. All right. So our vision for tomorrow, right? You know, I think what we're really trying to work towards is a world where customers can interact with us 24/7, 365 via phone, via email, via chat, whatever channel suits their personal preferences. If something is wrong and they send us an issue, we have automatic systems that generate work orders. Those work orders are sent directly to the frontline employees that can help out. Those frontline employees are able to use digital tools to review issues, mark them complete. And if an issue is marked complete, we can go all the way back to the customer and tell them, hey, you know, you reported that the stairwell at Chicago Red Line was dirty. We cleaned it up. Here's a picture. Thank you for contacting us, and let us know if anything happens in the future, right? A very sophisticated end-to-end system. And ultimately, we can use that data then to really prevent issues even in the future. And that leads to this idea of a proactive and personal CTA. That's the extent of our presentation. We're welcome any questions anyone might have.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. The last thing you touched on is what I wanted to discuss. You know, really the satisfaction rates and how you measure that.
Yeah, totally. So right now there is that optional question at the end where folks can provide a rating. Of the folks that actually complete a conversation, it's maybe around 5% that actually give us a rating. And right now it's half positive and half folks that want an improvement. So overall, folks are interacting with us and they seem generally content because they are flagging issues and we are resolving them. However, some of the issues that we have identified that could be opportunities for improvement include maybe eventually having human chat in certain situations. Some folks have also expressed, as has been noted earlier, a general want for more frequent transit, and also a want to know when my issue is going to be resolved and what steps we're taking to resolve it. So it's certainly things that are on our radar, but we're still monitoring it. And like I said, the sample size right now is a little bit small.
And the next question was in terms of age. If you're 55, it's more than likely that you're used to that. But have you looked at the age variance?
So that's one thing that we're considering in the future. Right now, an end goal really is the next step would be to implement a customer relationship management system, which would allow us to understand the demographics of all the folks using our service and then better tailor our options for those folks. We did design the chatbot to be very usable for the broadest range of individuals. But I think that's certainly an opportunity area where in the future, once we have a much more richer understanding of our demographics, we can then have more tailored solutions for even more populations.
Thank you.
Director Jha?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I love this. Been looking to see when this is gonna go live. So thank you for all the hard work. Couple of questions around following up and closing the loop on the user journey here. Are you tracking the user profiles? How are you, because that should solve your demographic problems, but how are you tracking the user profiles to go back to them to say, hey, you reported this, I can now report back to you?
So right now we aren't able to close the loop with our customer because we don't collect personal identifiable information. But what we do for incident resolution, all the incidents are in a shared inbox and different CTA staff that receive those incidents apply to the individual incidents. So we're able to see sort of a chain of how things are being resolved. We have seen a lot of operational areas be very proactive and taking up those incidents. But right now, like I said, it's still just the first step where it's an email inbox. We need to manually check which issues are being resolved. We are very much working on future enhancements that allow us to see the status automatically, who resolved it, the SLA, all those kind of things.
Okay, and so are you also then thinking about creating a summary of the types of issue and the percentage of issues that you're able to solve in what time? Because I'm sure, if I am consistently having a problem and I have no idea what happened with it on a regular basis, then I may not be motivated to do that.
Yeah, totally.
Right. And the second part of my question is, I love that you had 15 incidents, right, as part of your 4 or 5 day pilot. what happened with the interaction in the categories where somebody said there's trash here? Because that's thing that can be resolved hopefully within hours, couple of hours. I don't know what the SLAs are, but is there a way for the chatbot to directly connect with the service provider? So you're not having to pivot that to the manager where, stuff like that gets handled immediately, or 2 cars down the road, if it's a train car problem, how are you looking at different kind of triaging?
Yeah, totally. That's actually something we're actively working on right now, where there are clearly some incidents that demand the control center, and then there are clearly some incidents that maybe demand the janitorial coordinator or other folks, right? And so we're starting to bifurcate issues, how they're escalated based on what we're seeing folks interact with us about. And I think that overall, we're going to be moving towards a world where the chatbot for topics 1 through 5, we go straight to control center. And then for topics 6 through 10, we loop in folks that maybe aren't as mission critical.
And I wanted to add to that point is that once we launched this, we also then set up feedback meetings with the departments. So what has worked well, what has not? Do we need to shift it? So does it make sense to loop in the control center, or could we just loop in the janitorial management directly? And so that's what we're doing after. It's been a week. It's going to be 2 weeks now, but we have been setting up meetings with every department to see, are we putting it in the right bucket? Do we need to shift that? And then how do we make sure we're sending it so that we can get more an immediate response, especially for areas that are a simple cleanup. If the janitor crew is in that area, it's just sending them to another station, to pick up that, as opposed to waiting for us, to learn about it maybe like a couple hours later. So we didn't talk a lot about the internal, we talked more about the customer facing. Internally, there are multiple meetings to be able to funnel this through the system. And I think one of the management dashboards is how do we then close the loop? And then once we connect all those dots, then how do we provide that to the customer?
Yeah.
And we want to be evolving in that, and keep growing and continue to hash out some of the things that you've pointed out that helps us close the loop and get the incident responded more quickly.
Yeah, but the only other thing I would add is this is a great effort. I mean, I think just from a customer service standpoint, the easiest thing to do today with the AGI in place is to also look at completely taking the human element out of it and automating, at least for areas where you can, just removing that so then you can bring down your SLAs. So I'd love to stay more connected and get a regular update on this for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director McClay.
Same thing in terms of appreciation for this resource. I'm really excited about it, much needed. I see it as a first step towards something much bigger and better. I really like the proactive and personal CTA, because we're still on the reactive impersonal phase here, which is the first step, right? So thanks for that. Couple questions. One is, how is this integrated, or is it integrated with the Ventra application, which I see a lot of people using every day pretty much?
So in the future, we are going to certainly integrate this chatbot plus CTA's other customer service venues into the Ventra system. And one thing that we're actually working on as a broader initiative is the Ventra system has a separate contact center as well as RTA. So CTA, RTA, and Ventra have different contact centers. And so another long-term goal for us certainly is to very clearly define the relationship between those different contact centers, because we see folks coming into CTA that should be going to Ventra and vice versa. And so I think that's also another initiative that we need to work on as an agency, is how do we make sure that folks always get to the right contact center the first time.
So it's part of the plans to integrate in the Ventra application. Thanks. For folks who are often distracted like myself, or folks who are less tech savvy, is there a way for this to be more proactive? Meaning, I see when you open it, there is a little circle on the bottom. A lot of folks don't know what that means necessarily. Is there a way for the bot to greet you and to tell you, hey, I'm your chatbot here. Do you have anything for me?
Yeah, we actually, we have that capability. We were considering doing another beta test to see how that would change folks' behavior. Because there are certain topics that should be resolved on the website versus the chatbot. And so we just want to make sure that we are offering the solution to all the customers in the best way possible. But we were actually are thinking about doing a beta test where we do that proactive little messaging. Hey, I'm CTA's chatbot. I can help you out.
Yeah, I see it happening in many websites when you go to buy something, it pops first and tell you this is who I am. Can the bot ID the train, the bus, or the location you're at, or do you have to tell the bot where you are, where the problem is?
Get the time.
Yeah, so right now, folks need to tell us where the
Yeah.
issue is and they are coached through that. So for example, if someone tells us there's an issue on the train, ask a follow-up question, okay, which line are you on? And then there's a second follow-up question where someone is asked, okay, can you tell us which rail car you are in? And there's instructions on how to find a rail car number. Eventually, we're gonna enhance that with photos of the little number plate in the train car. And ultimately, we are thinking as part of a longer term initiative, fixed signage on board our trains where someone could potentially scan a code with some information pre-populated. And so they wouldn't have to even tell us that it's on rail car 2601. It would just know.
Got it. And I see now in the trains and the buses, there is new technology screens and things. So those are not speaking to this thing necessarily, like do we have the technology for that location to be automatic, I guess, right now, or is that not an option?
I think it depends on the vehicle.
It's
Yeah.
disconnected, the chat with the screens that you see on the newer buses. That's just providing GPS data for our bus tracker. But it won't be connected to this. I think it leads to a little bit to the question you had before, which is when you have the locator on your phone, then can it also connect to this app so that I know exactly where you're at? I'm on the bus, I'm on the train, and then right now we're just probing them and asking them, as Lucian
exactly.
mentioned.
Yeah, and
So it's not connected, those two softwares aren't connected yet, but it's something that we can explore.
the location services too would also help us with, we're seeing specifically for issues at bus stops where it might be difficult for someone to describe where the bus stop is. I think we're looking at requesting the location from the customer through their phone's GPS so that if there's an issue at the bus stop, we can very easily identify, okay, it's the bus stop in the middle of the block on this street.
Thanks. And then in the statistics you showed, I think they went really fast, but I think one of the top issues was disruptive behavior being reported. Are there examples of that? How is it addressing when there is some disruptive behavior?
Yes, so right now of issues that are escalated to CTA staff, those are around, in a 7-day period, around 400 issues. And of those, about 150 in a 7-day period are escalated to CTA staff. And of those, the biggest category for disruptive behavior is smoking, which is around 40% of all issues. And in those instances, the control center, they radio the frontline operator, and then the operator typically makes an announcement to remind folks that smoking is not allowed on CTA's vehicles. And in certain situations, control is trying to figure out exactly the appropriate procedure for this. The operator may go back to the train car and make sure that the person either put out the cigarette or something else that needed to be discussed.
Got it. And I want to end here with a positive note. Is there a way to provide positive feedback? 99% of my experience with staff at CTA is very positive. And sometimes I say, thank you for doing what you're doing. Is there a way to do that through the bot?
Yes, there is a topic for employee commendations. We have received a couple of commendations. I believe we received our first commendation on day number 2 of the chatbot. There was a commendation for a green line train operator, which was very cool.
Thank you.
Director Ortiz.
Thank you. I am not going to repeat everything that's been said. Agree with everything that's been said. Just want to echo how exciting this is. I recognize that systems aren't perfect. Nothing really is, but I'm excited to hear how we can continue to improve these systems to really just help connect both on the problem side, but also on the solution side, and very much wanting to also make sure that there's opportunities to highlight great things that happen and individuals that are doing a great job too. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Just echoing the sentiments that was stated about, really excited about this, but also very much looking forward to getting the chatbot myself. I encountered a lot of issues, but also a lot of really great stats. So looking forward to that, but I want to caution that I hope it doesn't make things more complicated on the internal side. Like you mentioned, it's pretty manual now, and there's a lot of different meetings that have to take place. And I know, when we talk about elevators, it's a very complicated thing when one elevator goes down, and I hope it just doesn't make the chain, it doesn't slow things down. So looking forward to more automation, just taking the human element out of it. An elevator goes down, boom, automatically goes to the contractor. It doesn't have to go through 10 people to get to that point. Maybe that would be a lot. I'm excited about that part.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you were mentioning more streamlining so that it is a little bit more directly connected. And that's something definitely that we want to continue to explore as we look at different iterations of enhancing the chat, along with all the other comments that we received.
So let me just say, as I mentioned in my remarks, I didn't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. I can tell you, I was smiling during all your questions because they will tell you those are almost the exact same questions asked. And when I was briefed on this, the potential here is not much greater than where we're at right now. We're really at the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we do with this technology. I lamented the fact that for example, when I fly on an airline, how much more sophisticated their chat, messaging is to me, to the point where a lot of the customer service issues that I would normally be upset about, they automatically know to tell me, hey, I apologize for the fact that this train has been delayed, or in this case, the plane's been delayed, we're available if you want to make alternative arrangements, so on and so forth. I envision a point in time when we will be doing that from your point of being proactive. And when a delay occurs, if you have basically, part of this requires two-way communication op-ed that would allow us to do this, but to the extent that we can start communicating directly to our customers and telling them, things that we couldn't normally tell them in a much more direct way. I think that's where we're really starting to elevate our game, so to speak. I also agree that there's a whole nother layer of technology internally than CTA that needs to support this effort. You talk about, being able to send information directly to a janitor who has, an iPhone or something that allows them to get an alert that says, customer just sent us a notification of trash in a station, and they're like right there, and they can go clean it up. They can take a picture of it. They can show that it's been cleaned up. That picture could be transferred back to the customer saying, thank you so much for letting us know about this problem. We wanted you to see that we've addressed it immediately. That type of feedback, I think, is important because there's a lot that CTA does that our customers don't know. The cleaning up and the other things that occur because our employees are aware and are being diligent, but there's no way for the customer to ever know that ever happened. And so they walk away with the impression that this was a dirty rail car and nobody cares about the fact that it's dirty. And from their perspective, that rail car stayed dirty the entire rest of the day. Well, no, the truth is, when we became aware of it, we took care of it as quickly as possible. So I think it allows us to better reflect the work that our employees do every day to support the customer's experience on CTA and give them tangible, feedback that lets them know that we are responding to it. The other point I wanted to make is that, our control center, as you know, we're in the process now of planning to build a new control center. One of the benefits of this type of technology and the conversation we're having around our control center right now is how we better integrate this type of activity within the control center of the future. A control center that exists today was never built to accommodate the type of technology and other things that we're starting to engage in throughout our system that can allow us to be much more effective, much more efficient in both how we communicate with our customers, but also how we get information to our employees. I think that when that new control center comes online, you'll also see some even additional enhancements that we'll be able to do because we actually will have the internal infrastructure to support a lot more customer communication, customer feedback beyond the levels of what we've been doing today. So from my perspective, this is part of sort of a multi-layered approach or strategy to how we ultimately go from reactive to proactive, how we can more accurately and more timely engage with our customers around issues that are happening in our systems, and will allow us to get more direct feedback around customer experience, customer satisfaction, customer complaints, as well as other improvements that we can make and use that as a management tool to really better manage the system as a whole. So, when you look at, the top, Fortune 500 companies in the private sector, this is stuff that they're way ahead of us in the public sector in doing. We're starting to figure that out ourselves. I think we're certainly in the leading edge among our industry in terms of pursuing this type of technology and integrating it this way. And I think you're going to see a lot more positive feedback around all of this in the future. So I appreciate everyone's questions and interest. I can tell you guys really dove into this topic, and we'll certainly make sure that we give you more opportunities to have similar conversations with us as we move that technology forward.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just want to add, I'm sorry, I'm taking more time, but what I want to say is the reason we're asking the question is not to say that this is a big product. This is the way to bring a product to market. You go with your minimum lovable product, right? And then you find the next best use case. And that's how you expand and scale. You can't take on every single challenge and solve it at once. That's a recipe for disaster. So what you're doing is exactly the way to do it. But as you're doing it, it's also important to understand the long-term vision of where do you want to see this chatbot really be a personal assistant for the riders. And unless you have that vision in place and you're working backwards, then the MLPs that you put together isn't really going to be cohesive when you build the entire product. And that means you will fail at times, you have to reiterate and you have to restart, which is a very normal thing when you're building a technology product. The second thing I would say is integration of different services is going to be the key. Whether it is, we heard a lot about collaboration, right? With other agencies, partners in the city. Along with that, the technology foundation that can support how do you interact with the employee inwards, and then how do you take that to the customer? So each of the integration points, they are on its own like a big hulking elephant that you will have to solve one bite at a time. And so as you're thinking about it, human element, the automation and the integration is what's going to make it successful, because the moment I click on something, if I see, and if that is in your triage process, if that's something that can be solved within an hour, like Amazon delivery within less than an hour, right? How do we make that happen? Because there is a system that recognizes that and goes and delivers it through the drone. So you have to kind of almost think 3 steps ahead first and then work backwards. So keep some of those as you're ideating. And I'm also really glad to hear that you're working with Google, because they have the chops to really partner with you and the team with your knowledge of the system and their knowledge of technology to really come and make this a really, really good collaboration. So again, to close it out, I think, this is exactly how you want to start. You don't want to solve the entire problem at once. This is how you solve it. And so this is kudos to the team for picking the right thing to do. So thank you.
Thank you. I know, President Carr, before you go on, I know we're facing some time. It's very interesting topic.
Why don't I do this? I know I've got the MIT presentation, which we'll make fairly quick. And then the last thing is really just an employee recognition.
That's fine.
Which won't take a lot.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you, Elsa and Lucienne. Let me now bring up our team from MIT and Argonne Labs to talk to you about the value of transit. I had a fairly lengthy discussion about this presentation, but I think it cut to the chase. We've been working very closely with our partners at MIT and Argonne to really dive in a little bit deeper about the benefits of transit and why transit matters. I'm going to let them give you a presentation on that topic that really sort of drives home the economic value of public transportation, particularly in an urban environment like the city of Chicago, as well as the equity benefits that come from the service that we provide, which are 2 elements that we view are critical and ultimately are going to be feeding in the bigger conversation we're going to be having about funding for public transportation going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Great, thanks. Good morning, directors. Tom McCone, Chief Administrative Officer, and I'm introducing the project today and the partnership working with us on this project. First of all, from MIT, we have Jim Alvisi, who's the Director of the Transit Research Consortium at MIT. He'll be joining us remotely for their portion of the presentation. Sitting next to me is Amber Rousseau, who's the Director of Mobility Systems at Argonne National Laboratories. We're really happy to present this milestone in the project and their analysis and research. Argonne's developed a really intricate model detailing the trips within our region and the impact that transit and the lack maybe thereof would cause upon the region, not only economically, but through a variety of social measures as well, which MIT's brought some additional research support to that as well. So this is leveraging two great partnerships that we have with two sort of world-renowned institutions. And so we're really glad to have them collaborating on this project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Emmerich to go through the first half of the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Emmerich Rousseau. I'm the director of the Vehicle and Mobility Systems at Argonne National Laboratory. I also wanted to extend our thanks to Omer Verbas, who's the technical lead at Argonne on our transit, as well as Scott Wainwright from CTA. We've been working with Scott and his teams over many years now, and we will be discussing modeling results. So as you know, getting good data, good feedback, good guidance from CTA has been critical. And as you mentioned, I'd also like to thank Jim Alozzi and his team at MIT for helping us performing some of the analysis. So next slide. So there is, we all agree that transit is the backbone of urban travel, right? And even so, despite a small modal share. Now, what has been happening in the last couple of years is about a 30% decrease in ridership and about a 42% decrease in mode share. So when we are, discussing in coffee rooms, it's like, well, what happens with transit? How important is transit? Well, we know it's very important, right? Who does it impact? Well, a lot of underserved communities, but we don't have numbers to put behind it, right? So the goal of this study is really to put numbers behind it and see, so we can quantify the importance of transit, not just Chicago, but also in metropolitan area. Next slide. So what we did is we look at an extreme scenario. What would happen where Chicago and Chicago metropolitan area if we don't have any transit? So as the baseline, 2025, we assume that CTA would recover for 2019 and other agencies to their current level. When we're looking at the scenario without transit, we did two things. First, we removed the entire transit services, but people need to go to work. People need to run errands. Right. So that means that we need an increased car ownership to compensate for this. So we assume based on ridership, a 30% increased car ownership. So how did we do that? Over the last 15 years, we've developed an agent-based transportation system model at Argonne. And what we do is we model everyone and everything. Every person, every car, every truck, every bus, every train. We model every transit light, stop signs, building. And then because the model is agent-based, we have very detailed characteristics, what type of building it is, right? Is it an office? Is it a multi-unit dwelling? Is it a hospital? Is it a school? And how do people travel? When do they travel? Why do they travel? So this opens really unique opportunities to dig deeper into the benefits of transit, but also who does transit benefit. Next slide. So I wanted to start with some key takeaways. Start with the results. Transit is critical to mobility, economy, and equity, but now we actually can put numbers behind it. When we're looking at the average speed in the city, Chicago without transit would have a decreased speed, by about 33%. So if your average speed is 15 miles an hour, now you're going to 10. It is significant. What does that mean? That means that in terms of travel time, we have an increase of 35%. This is not just for people who use transit now. This is for everyone, right? So if it takes 1 hour now for one trip, it would take 1 hour and 20 minutes. So because of the increased congestion, the increased time to travel, then what we see is that we estimate that about 2 million daily activities will be canceled at the region. That's every day, right? This is not just going to work, because we have to do that. This is everything. Going to the doctor, going to the hospital, going to shop, going to restaurants. Everything that say, I don't have to do it, 2 million of them would be canceled. Now, who does this affect? So looking at the city, more than a quarter of these activities will be the lowest 20%. More than half of these activities would be women. And using, some monetary values, right? Travel time as cost, going to canceling activities as a cost. We estimate that annually at the region, about $35 billion will be lost. When we look at that number and compare to the current budget, it's about the return investments of about 13. Now, APTA, when looking at the US, has an average return investment for transit of about 4. Chicago is not an average city. We have a much higher density. We have a really good transit system that is used by a very significant portion of the population. So the return investment for Chicago is actually much higher than the average, and we would expect this number to be similar across other large cities in the US. Next slide. So let's dig into some of this number a little bit deeper, and starting with average speed and travel time. Going from regional, then I'll look at the city. At the regional level, we have a decrease in speed and an increase in travel time of about 15%. Right? This is very large area, lots of people being negatively affected. Now, next slide, when we're looking at what does it mean for the city, you almost double it, right? 30 to 35%. Cities, the streets are gonna be congested. It's going to take every trip is going to take a lot longer. Next slide. So as a result, we have a lot of the activities canceled. At the region, about 12% of non-work activities. So 1 in 10 will be canceled. Next slide. In the city, about more than 25%. So now we got 1 in 4. What that means again, right, is that transit really helps in the accessibility. It helps healthcare, education, shopping. It is really, at the center of quality of life. It is one of the main reasons why living in Chicago is not as expensive as other cities in the US. But now you start to take transit away, it actually has a significant domino effect, both on the congestion side, but also on the activity side. Next slide. Now, who does this mostly impact? As we mentioned quickly up front, more than half of the canceled activities are women. The lowest 40% income group account for about half of the overall activities cancellation. So it is as significantly affects underserved communities as well as women. Next slide. Where are those communities? We know that South and West Side, are heavily reliant on transit. So it's not a surprise to see that when we are looking at where the activities are most canceled, they are in those areas, right? So coming back to transit being at the center of quality of life, this is not just the residents that will be mostly affected in South and West, this is also the businesses. So, the cancellation, concentrate on the outer neighborhood of the cities, like threatening businesses and institutions. Next slide. We're getting more congestion. It takes more time to travel. As a result, people cancel their activities. All of this has an economic impact. So at the regional level, this economic impact comes from 3 main areas. The first one is all the activities cancellation, entertainment, restaurant, sale. On an annual basis, estimated at about $4.6 billion. When we are looking at travel time losses, what we did is we use an average hourly cost of $30 per hour, which is the average in the US. That's a little bit more than $10 billion annually. And people who don't have to own a car right now because they rely on transit, right? They'll need to buy one. So looking at this and based on an estimate of about $10,000 per year per car, the annual car ownership increase reaches about $20 billion. If we aggregate all of this number, it's about $35 billion. This is where our 13x ROI comes in. Now, those numbers, they're huge. but they're actually only the direct ones, right? We didn't take into account the ripple effect on jobs, on business closure, on public health increase. A lot of the activities that are canceled here are visits to the doctor, visits to the hospitals. These are the ones that people think they don't have to, or they will do later, right? Everybody still has to go to work, but everything else that is not work related is what is canceled. So these secondary costs are, we need to be added to that already huge number. So with that, I'll let Jim from MIT follow up with some additional analysis.
Thank you, Amber. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
I think so. Thank you. Thank you, Amric and President Carter, Chairman Barclay, and members of the board. I'm Jim Aloisi. I teach at MIT and I direct the MIT Transit Research Consortium. So I'm going to present the second half of these slides. If we can, next slide. One of the things that we really wanted to do here is to look beyond the compelling economic factors that you've just seen and we've wanted to take a look at how a transit system like CTA is important specifically to quality of life issues and social equity factors. And so we looked specifically at something we call mobility of care, because this is often overlooked by analysts. And what does mobility of care mean? These are not work trips. These are trips made on behalf of children and the elderly, the disabled, trips that are related to maintaining a healthy and caring society. And what you'll see in this slide and the next is this is about picking up and dropping off to school and daycare, accompanying your elderly parent to a doctor's office or hospital, something as simple as grocery shopping. And in Chicago, more care trips are made than trips to work. Care trips account for nearly 1/4 of all trips. And as we see in this slide, 61% of care trips are by women. These are very gendered trips. 60.8% of care trips are being made by women. Next slide, please. What we'll see in the next slide is that just as care trips are disproportionately made by women, they're also disproportionately made by people of lower income, right? And so in the Chicago region, 66% of the folks making mobility of care trips are disproportionately low income. And without transit, many of these trips are never going to get made. If you remove transit service, it would cause a 12% drop in these trips, which are vital for people's quality of life. I want to stress, these are not work trips. So if you think about mobility of care, what we're not even counting here, for example, home care services to the elderly or disabled are considered work trips. They don't fall within this, but obviously those are critical care trips as well. Next slide. So some people would say, well, okay, if these mobility of care trips are so important, then people can drive. Well, as you can see here, that attitude is frankly a little bit glib way of thinking because it doesn't take into account the heavy cost burden of car ownership, right? We're adding on average over $10,000 as a burden for a household budget, which can often break a household budget. And the many people who don't own a car and who are transit dependent are faced with the Hobson's choice. They either have to, without a transit system available to them, they've got to absorb the heavy costs that they can barely manage of owning a car, or lose access entirely. So when the research points out, as you see here, that if every zero-car household in Chicago was forced to buy a car, it would impose a cost burden of $7 billion on that people. When the research points this out, the reality is that a large number of those people that fall into that category won't buy a car at all. They simply cannot afford it. And therefore they lose access to opportunities. So there's no winning situation for someone in that position. They are truly between the proverbial rock and a hard place. To underscore this, of the households that have zero cars, 32% are below the 100% poverty line. And of households with at least a car, 12% fall below the 100% poverty line. This is a real social equity issue that we wanted to underscore. Next slide, please. And of course, there are many people who, because of age or physical condition, simply can't drive. Transit is their lifeline, and giving them a chance to reach opportunities others take for granted. Nearly 4.5 million residents of the state of Illinois don't have a driver's license for a variety of reasons. Now, but regardless of one's age or status, everyone deserves a chance to enjoy the benefits of society, and transit is one way, and a very powerful way, to make that happen. Next slide, please. The real payoff is having CTA means that you've got a public transit agency providing critical services, helping Chicagoans remain below the national cost of living average. Okay, Chicago carries this distinction not because of housing costs, but because transit lowers its overall transportation cost burden. As you can see here, Chicagoans have the 5th lowest transportation costs of all U.S. cities at 13% of income, which is lower than the nationwide average of 17%. And you can see how that benefits people in Chicago. Having the transit system that you have helps keep this balance below the national average. And I'd like to conclude with the next slide. I want to say a word, something that we've done a lot of work at MIT, I care pretty deeply about, because we all know and experience and discuss the issue of carbon emissions. But I want to say a word about the role that transit plays in public health. Vehicular traffic, and this will be true even for electric vehicles, vehicular traffic will produce particulate matter emissions, which is the fine particles that you can't even see that are created in large part by brake friction or tire friction. And in fact, when we transition to electric, the production of particulate matter not only doesn't go away, it might worsen because of the heavier weight of an EV on the pavement, causing more tire friction and more particulates. In 2020, the Harvard Chan School of Public Health issued a report, and they looked at neighborhoods in the Boston area. Their report found that in communities with long-term exposure to particulates, they had a 15% higher COVID mortality rate. And not surprisingly, many of those people lived in some of Boston, in the Boston area's poorest neighborhoods, where traffic congestion coming in and out of the city was at its worst. You can see here on this map what's happening with heavier amounts of particulates in the south and west side of Chicago. We used an analytic framework that we borrowed from London. London has a system called an ultra-low emissions zone. And we used that framework to assess the impact of particulates in Chicago. And as you can see here, the greatest impacts, as I said earlier, on the south and west sides, we concluded that in 2021, particulate matter emissions contributed to over 2,000 deaths in Chicago, right? It's a really important issue for everyone to focus on. And for those who think that the case for transit somehow gets weaker because we're shifting to EVs and we're reducing tailpipe carbon emissions, my answer is actually the case of transit, it continues to be vibrant, in large part because of its positive impact on public health. So that's it, concluding slides. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from board members?
This is really just one piece of information that kind of helps us make the case for public transit. We'll be incorporating this into our broader strategy down in Springfield as we continue the conversation around the fiscal cliff, but I think it's helpful. We always talk about the CTA being an economic engine in the Northeast region of the state, but I think this is the first time we've been able to put and articulate the real numbers behind that, but also the real impact that a lack of public transit has, particularly on those who are most vulnerable. I think that's an important part of our message for why the funding we're asking for is critical. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Question about the breakdown I had is I noticed that you looked at the impact by gender, and geography. But I didn't see race or of ethnicity mentioned at all in the report, which is super important.
Yeah, and
Is there a reason for that?
no, that's something we've looked at. We can add it to the presentation. We do have, for every person, lots of information about, age, gender, income, what type of work, where they live. So it's, there is, very large amount of data that we can shift through and then expand on the analysis. So that's definitely something we can follow up on.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was trying not to give you a 2.5-hour presentation.
You have to be careful when you ask researchers and scientists to give you data.
And I feel like you could do a whole, webinar, a whole, day's worth of kind on what you just presented. So I'm sorry it's so short for today. On that note, kind of understanding the bigger picture of things. I appreciate the gender definition. I also want to hone in a little bit on the history side of income that you mentioned. And how, just briefly, we could probably think through where our needs are in the city and where our services are. And even just matching those two and really thinking about how we have our infrastructure in place to meet those two and merge those two, I think would be a really critical aspect of how we think about our transit and where we can do the most impact.
Yeah, so that's very good suggestion. One aspect we looked at is, the impact of red line extension, for example. And, in that particular study, we look at what happens without transit. But earlier today, we also discussed what are ways to increase transit ridership. So this is also something we've been working on with CTA, as well as other agencies, CMAP, CDOT. We are starting, for example, a 3-year project with CMAP and Respiratory Health Association and other agencies to try to develop a roadmap to meet on-road 2050 targets, right? And it's very clear from the get-go that without significant increase in transit ridership, there is no way these targets are met. So we want to look at both sides of the coin and with in mind that, it's we need to look at it from a lens of equity from the beginning. And so that's the reason I think why using this agent-based model where we have a lot of very detailed synthetic information on each person is really critical, because we know where people live and based on survey we know how they travel and what their incentives are, how they react to some incentives.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of discussion about governance and changes to governance in the region here. Have you looked at how the suburban population transportation as well here in the city and how they benefit?
Yes, so when we model, we always talk about Chicago model, the Chicago metropolitan area model. Actually, our model includes, we go as north as Milwaukee, about half of the state of Illinois, and about a third of the state of Indiana. And when we are looking at transit, we're looking at every transit within that area. And how movements from the suburbs to CBD or others, actually is a critical factor, right? It's moving in the city is very, very important, as we've seen. It's Chicago is a very dense area. But unless we address the suburb at the same time, we're still going to get into trouble. So this needs to be done at the system level. It's transit, it's cars, it's truck, it's people, it's goods, it's everything that needs to be coordinated. We do, and that's where also technology and policy need to be as well integrated. A lot of the studies we've started to look at, let's say with electric vehicles, if you make travel cheaper by car, people will travel more, right? You get maybe higher PM 2.5 on cars because electric cars, because they're heavier or they have more torques. But at the end, if you make it cheap, people will travel more. And so what policies could be put in place so that we get the best of the both worlds. We get the benefits of technology, but at the same time, we don't increase some of the penalties at the system level.
Thank you.
Director Ja,
No questions.
Director Lee.
No questions. I'm just really excited that you've completed the work and a lot of progress, but also I think we need to amplify this message across. So however we can do that to support, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. You'll hear from the MIT Argonne team in the future as they continue to do this work and certainly find more ways to really enhance the value and the benefits of public transportation, which is obviously a major foundational point for our overall advocacy system as a whole. Finally, this morning, I have the privilege of recognizing 4 CTA employees who represent this great agency very well at the APTA 2024 International Bus Rodeo, which was held April 26th to the 30th in Portland, Oregon. To provide you with a little bit of context, APTA's International Rodeo is a bit like the public transit version of the NBA's All-Star Weekend or the NFL's Pro Bowl. But instead of 3-point shots and touchdowns and victory dances, the competitors proudly and competitively show off their abilities in various bus driving, safety, and repair scenarios. I cannot stress enough how seriously our sister agencies nationwide and the employees who represent them take this competition, and CTA is no exception. These are people who pride themselves on being among the best in the nation at what they do, and they recognize the rodeo as a unique annual proving ground to back up their claims to excellence. I'm very proud to say that CTA's team of 4 employees, 3 from bus maintenance and 1 from bus operations, competed against a field of 76 bus operators and 46 maintenance teams representing the nation's transit systems and finished with a combined score that placed them 6th all. Not first, but we'll get there in the future. They truly represented themselves like the CTA All-Stars that they are. And for those of you who are unaware, for many years, CTA employees have competed in our own rodeo, which is traditionally held as part of our transit jamboree. Jamboree is an annual celebration of employees from various departments, including our bus operators, our rail operators, our track and signal workers, customer service attendants, and others. It is a friendly competition. Make no mistake, the participants want to win and be recognized as CTA's cream of the crop. I'm excited to announce here today that we are bringing the Transit Jamboree back this September. And I cannot wait to see our employees enjoying themselves while showing off their skills. At this time, I'd like to introduce you to CTA's 2024 rodeo team. To our honorees, when you hear your name called, please stand up to be recognized. From our bus maintenance department, we have 3 garage instructors who are representing our 89th Street Training Center. They include Michael Murray, who has been with CTA since September of 2012, Brian Roman, who joined us in April 2018, and Cesar Guevara, who has been with the CTA family since May of 2018. These gentlemen were selected to represent CTA at this year's rodeo because of their exceptional performance in pre-pandemic CTA rodeos and because they have an excellent work record. What makes them particularly unique is that they became a team because the team that won the 2009 CTA rodeo has since retired. So this team was kind of brought together fairly quickly to engage in this competition. And I will tell you, compared to a lot of the other teams that compete in this thing, that was a serious disadvantage for us in terms of our ability to compete. Having said that, we still did a terrific job. And I was very proud and very honored to watch all of our team members compete at the rodeo this year. I'm proud to announce that they were more than up to the task. They competed in 7 event categories in areas that included vehicle inspections, pneumatics, and others, placing highly in the crowded field of 46 teams. In one event, they tied for first place, but were awarded second place due to the event competition time difference of only 3 seconds. Michael, Brian, and Cesar, thank you for representing CTA so ably and for being the consummate professionals you show yourself to be day in and day out. Also joining us today, yes. Also joining us today is bus operator Terrell Dorsey, who operates out of the 77th Street Garage and is our longest tenured team member at just over 25 years of service. Terrell earned his place in Portland by demonstrating exceptional skill in CTA's 2019 rodeo, where he originally placed second, but like his teammates, stepped up to compete at the national level after the first place winner retired. Like his colleagues, he also has maintained an outstanding work record in Portland. And in Portland, Terrell represented CTA well and showcased his expertise and dedication against a crowded field of participants. Terrell, thank you so much for representing CTA at the rodeo and for your admirable commitment and dedication to CTA and our customers. Before I close, I also want to acknowledge the coaches and instructors who worked so hard with our competitors and took the initiative to provide the assistance on their own time. Representing our bus maintenance department on the coaching staff were Bob Stucco, Senior Manager of Maintenance Instruction, Vincent Jenna, Manager of Maintenance Instruction, Michael McBride, Senior Garage Instructor, and Oscar Sanchez, Senior Garage Instructor. I should note that Oscar is also a rodeo veteran himself, and I've been advised that he used his knowledge and experience to push and challenge our team, and when the team did well, he applauded their effort. They made the test harder, for what I understand, than in the past, but our team still did very well. And as CTA president, I'd love to hear the stories like that and applaud their dogged sense of determination in competing in this effort. I also want to thank Jairo Naranjo, CTA's Vice President of Bus Operations, for serving as coach to our operator, Terrell. Now, what you may not know about Jairo is that in his past CTA life, he was a 6-time CTA rodeo champion and has himself represented CTA at national rodeos. Those experiences made him a great coach for Terrell, and I'm very grateful for all the personal time he spent and the hard work put in to prepare him for the difficult challenges and tests he faced in Portland. This was truly a team effort, and I appreciate all the effort that went into ensuring CTA's team was prepared to compete. At this time, Mr. Chairman, the board would like to make any remarks. I invite them to do so. Following the board members' comments, I would invite our honorees up to join us for a commemorative photo and to receive their certificates recognizing their participation in the rodeo. Thank you. Congratulations, John. Bring them up. Come on up.
Congratulations.
So 3, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next order of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 10th, 2024. Have a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee, that the minutes from April 10th, 2024 be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes,
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes.
thank you, Georgette. Our next order of business is executive sessions. It's my understanding, Kent, there is an executive session today.
Yes, Chairman Barclay, there will be a closed session pursuant to the Illinois Open Meetings Act, Section 2C 2, 11, 21, and 29.
I will now entertain a motion to recess into executive session for the reasons stated by council.
Second. It's been moved by Director Ja, seconded by Director Lee, that we recess into executive session. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Raquel?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, the motion passes.
Yeah, in the absence of the chair and the vice chair today, can I have Dr. Ortiz conduct the rest of the board meeting today?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, second.
It's been moved by Director Nima Jha and seconded by Director Lee that in the absence of our chairman, Lester Barclay, who had to depart this meeting, and our vice chair, who is not here today, who is Director Jakes, that Director Rosa Ortiz be the appointed chair for the balance of this meeting. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
And Director Jha. The motion passes.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Jha, that we return to open session. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
And Director Jha?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We will now address board agenda item 9. Kent?
In board agenda number 9A, the board reviewed the closed meeting minutes March 13th, 2024. For a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lee and seconded by Director Jha that the board approve the closed session minutes from March 13th, 2024. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Director Jha?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Our next order of business is a report from the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget, which will be presented by Director Jha.
And the report will be handed to Director Jha right now.
The committee met earlier this morning and approved the April 10th, 2024 committee minutes and reviewed the finance report. The committee reviewed 3 ordinances: review of an ordinance authorizing an addendum to the university pass contract terms to allow enrollment flexibility for summer terms, review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with Cook County for bulk purchases of vendor tickets for Cook County Adult Probation Department program participants, review of an ordinance authorizing a right of entry agreement with Timeline Theater Company for a portion of property located at 5033 North Broadway, Chicago, Illinois. The committee also reviewed 7 contracts. The committee placed the 5 ordinances and 5 of the contracts on the omnibus and postponed 2 of the contracts to the full board. The committee approved and recommended for board approval 5 ordinances and 5 contracts. That concludes the report of the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee.
Thank you, Director Jha. Okay. We will now take, do we need to say anything on that? No, thank you for that report. We will now take up the 2 technology contracts that were deferred by the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget, contract numbers G1 and G2. If there are no other questions, may I have to have that place these 2 contracts on the omnibus?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Jha, that contracts G1 and G2 be placed on the omnibus. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Jha?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes.
I will now entertain a motion to approve the omnibus.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Jha, that the omnibus be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Jha?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Our next order of business is the construction report, and I will accept the motion to defer the construction report.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Jha, that the construction report be deferred to our next meeting. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Roquejo?
Yes.
Director Jha?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Our final order of business is new business. Dad, is there a new business?
Director Ortiz, there is no new business.
Thank you. Since there is no further business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn the Chicago Transit Board meeting of May 8th, 2023?
It's been moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Ja, that the meeting be adjourned. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Raquel?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
And that was May 8th, 2024. Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Ortiz, the motion passes.
Thank you. Meeting has been adjourned.